Underway. And David Huff's first pitch today missed outside for ball one. B.J. Upton is 2 for 14 in the series, and he takes a strike to even the count. Now Huff with 1-1. Missed down low. The lefty's 2-1 delivery is popped in the air, and this will go out of play down the right side. 2 balls, 2 strikes. David Huff 0-1 in 6 2/3 innings. He's allowed 13 runs on 14 hits. And the Tampa Bay offense in this series has been a fast starting one. They've scored 17 total runs in the first 4 innings.
They've jumped out to early leads, but they've been shut down from the 5th inning on by the bullpen. But see if they can keep them quiet in the first 4 today.
Payoff pitch is outside, and Huff has walked the leadoff man, and that's 6 walks now for David Huff in 6 2/3 innings of work.
Not good. Well, that on top of that, that's also 14 hits.
Umpiring crew: James Reynolds, Angel Hernandez, Bill Welke, and Tim Welke. Carl Crawford steps in now, batting .313. He is a man on a mission right now with a 7-game hitting streak and hitting .350 over his last 35 games. Bunts it in the air, coming hard. Martinez makes the grab, and Crawford is out number 1.
Boy, you hate to do that as a hitter. I mean, you want to put it down, and when you give an at-bat away, that's tough to do.
Injury report brought to you by the law firm of Nuremberg Paris, Ohio's injury lawyers since 1928. Call 1-800-399-2300. Indians are hoping to get Travis Hafner back in time for Monday. Hafner will try to play 3 consecutive games and then get reevaluated. Here's Evan Longoria, leading the major leagues with 51 runs batted in. And David Huff's pitch is down low for ball 1. Longoria 2 for 10 in the series. Homered last night. Hit Huff. He recovers but can't make a play as his spike slipped out from underneath him. Now the question is he all right?
Well, I don't know. It looked like it got him in the lower leg or maybe in the calf area. Wedge, Rick Jamieson will come out and see how he's doing. He bounced off the mound quickly. He seemed to be okay. But his spike gave way, the dampness out in the grass. Let's see where it gets him. Lower leg. His landing foot, right on the side of the calf.
If you're going to get it, that's a good place to get it.
No shin right there. You got a little meat for that thing to bounce off, and you could see the spikes give way. He might have had a chance if he would have been able to keep his footing. But it goes down. It'll go as an infield single.
So 2 on with 1 out for Carlos Pena. Pena has homered 3 times in his last 7 games. He's tied for 3rd in the major leagues with his 16 home runs. He had gone 11 games, spanning 39 at-bats without a homer. Well, he's starting to pick it up again.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that when he gets hot, you don't want to throw him too many strikes. But for Pena, I mean, he normally hurts the Indians. His ratio of home runs per at-bat is very, very good. I think it's but 1 for every almost 11. But he's only hit 1 dinger off him this year.
Huff turns towards second, no throw. 22 homers and 243 career at-bats against the Indians. That's his most against anybody. Right now, David Huff just trying to get an out. 1-0 pitch. Brushed him back. Wind starting to really pick up here in downtown Cleveland. As the 2-0 pitch is checked, and he went too far, or was a call to strike.
What's our forecast, pal? We going to get a little rain today?
Well, that's what they're saying. Just like last night, going to be a chance of it blowing through.
It's too bad all these kids out here today. They had, over 10,000 kids for WKYC Weather Day.
Got a great crowd, really, for a 12-5 start.
This is spectacular.
2-1 pitch. Pena hits it high in the air, shallow left. Garco with a long run coming in, and it's going to be Peralta. With that wind blowing it back in towards the infield, it was a much easier play for Johnny, and he's got it for out number 2.
Well, as an infielder now, this is what you also have to realize is that Ryan Garco is in left field. So he's going to end up playing deeper. So on any ball that is going to be that tweener, you've got to make sure you get out. Cabrera's got to get out there and help, and so does Peralta.
And plus, you've got a pretty strong breeze that's blowing straight in from over top of the scoreboard. So anything hit high in the air is going to get knocked down and pushed back toward the infield a little bit, especially the pop-ups. Here's Willie Ibar. He's 3 for 12 in the series. And Huff will step off as Valbuena chased in to second to keep B.J. Upton close. A strike called, and it evens the count of 1-1. The Tampa Bay Rays have had a 5-run first inning and a 5-run second inning in this series. Carl Pavano was the only Indian starter to this point to keep them off the board early.
The one thing they haven't done, though, is 2-out hitting in this series. Tampa's 5 for 31. They have not scored a run with 2 outs. Where the Indians have done a lot of damage with 2 outs. They have scored 14 runs. They're hitting about 333. So that's a big difference. You can get out and don't let them score with 2 outs.
Huff with a 1-2 pitch. And Ibar slashes it foul out of play. David Huff out of UCLA. Making his Major League debut this year for the Indians. His 3rd big league start here this afternoon. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. Huff gets out of the first without allowing a run. And the Rays' futility with runners in scoring position continues, now 0 for their last 12. Downtown Cleveland at Progressive Field, where the Indians and Rays are hooking up in the finale of a 4-game series. Let's get a look at Eric Wedge's starting 9. It's brought to you by Progressive Insurance, proud to be the official auto insurance provider of the Cleveland Indians. As Drupal Cabrera, Grady Sizemore, and Victor Martinez at the top, Shin-Soo Choo, Johnny Peralta, Ryan Garco in the middle. Ben Francisco tearing it up against the Rays. Louis Valbuena batting 8th, and Kelly Shoppach will hit 9th.
Well, Jeff Niemann making the start. A 26-year-old rookie. They have won his last 4 starts and 6 of his last 7. His first time he has ever faced the Cleveland Indians.
Big right-hander's first pitch, and it's in there for a called strike.
He is a big right-hander, too.
6'9", 280. Native of Houston, Texas. Outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two balls and a strike. Niemann has walked 22 and struck out 26 in his 47 2/3 innings. So he's got a propensity to nibble a bit at times. Up the middle and almost got Niemann on the leg. And as Drupal Cabrera has a leadoff single, he's 4 for 10 in the series. And is now hit in 5 straight games.
Well, you know, when you're that big, it's going to be tough to be agile on the mound, as big in arms and legs, and you can see his follow-through by the time Cabrera hits that ball. It's behind him, but he did make an attempt with that glove. Let's check out the defense for the Rays behind Niemann tonight. Crawford, Upton, Kapler in the outfield. Longoria and Zobrist on the left side. Ibar and Pena on the right, with Navarro behind the plate.
Now Grady Sizemore looks at a first pitch strike. Grady has 8 hits in his last 7 games. Holds the ball a long time, now delivers, but it's up high, 1-1.
The splits on Niemann, left-handed hitters hitting .269 and only 1 home run, which surprises me. And the right-handers are hitting .228, but they've hit 7 home runs. You figure that big, tall right-hander may be a little more effective over there, but maybe he's hung a few breaking balls, and he is right over the top for as big as he is.
Up high, 2 balls and a strike. First round pick in 2004 out of Rice University. And that's outside, 3 balls and a strike. The one thing that, you know, we joke about the fact that guys like Randy Johnson, who's 6'10", when they let go of the ball, they're almost halfway to home plate kind of thing. But scouts will tell you that a guy that big, because of his stride, he does get a little extra length, another foot or so on his fastball because of that
You would
frame.
think so, because, yeah, you got to be close to the plate as big as he is. I mean, that's you're tall.
But he missed, and he walks Grady Sizemore. So the Indians have their first 2 aboard here in inning number 1.
Well, and you figure a big guy you might be able to run on because he's averaged probably to home plate, just from what I see. Mm-hmm. And the base runners 12 for 15 stealing off him this year.
Deano Navarro goes out to the mound to talk to the young right-hander.
Boy, and I'll tell you, Tampa, they certainly need some help from their starting rotation in this series. They're 0-2. Their ERA is 10.22. They've given up 14 earned runs in 12 and a third innings, 18 hits. So they have really struggled. Joe Madden would love to see a starter go out there, and boy, I think he'd give anything for 6 innings.
Now Victor Martinez, 2 hits in the series, one of them a double. Looks at a ball down low. Let's get a look at our Firestone League leaders. Firestone, a tradition of innovation. And Victor Martinez right up there at the top in on-base percentage. And that's despite the fact Victor is just 2 for his last 23. The 1-0 pitch. A strike at the knees. 1-1.
Well, you were talking about a stride, man. Let's watch it from the side view of, look at that big, they call him Bigfoot. He just goes, and that is a long way down the mound, isn't it?
He's almost to the end of the mound.
I'd like to see where Huff is compared to this guy. It's got to be a good 6 inches, I would think.
1-1. Martinez fouls it away. Well, the one thing that scouts have commented on about Neiman in the past, watching him come up through the minor leagues, which he didn't spend a lot of time in the minor leagues, but they say there's not a lot of deception with his delivery. It's pretty much, as you said, he's over the top. You get
very easy to pick up.
Look at the ball, yeah.
All you have to do is just look a little bit higher than normal, in that little box when you look for the pitcher to deliver the ball. But, there's no deception. And it looks like his pitches are pretty straight, at least to this point. Breaking ball.
Martinez checked his swing and fouled it away.
Well, and then, it's just a matter when you go through that lineup the first time when you're facing a new pitcher, what he likes to do in counts. Does he come right at you 2-0 with a fastball? Does he change speeds? Will he throw a changeup or a breaking ball in hitters' counts? They may have an idea and they go over in that scouting report prior to the game, but you have to see for yourself when you get in the batter's box.
First 2 aboard for the Indians here in the first inning, and a 1-2 count on Martinez. Swung on and missed. Good off-speed pitch from Jeff Neiman, and he gets his first out in the inning with the punch-out.
Looked like a good curveball over the hand, over the top, and it's going to drop. And the bottom drops out, so that count was 1-2. So maybe get you to chase his breaking ball, but it was a great location. You got Victor to swing over the top of it.
Now Shin-Soo Choo. Broken bat roller to short, and an inning-ending double play. Indians threaten, but they do not score. And after 1, the Indians and Rays are scoreless in Cleveland. Brought to you in part by Continental Airlines, official airline of the Cleveland Indians. Continental Airlines, work hard, fly right. By McCafe Coffees at McDonald's, all made to order with fresh ground espresso beans. And by All Care Dental and Dentures, we make seeing the dentist easy. Back here at Progressive Field, where the Indians and Rays are scoreless after an inning of play. Lots of school children in attendance, part of the Channel 3 Weather Education Days. And a great job, as always, before the ball game by Holly Strano and Betsy Kling and A.J. Colby, the whole Channel 3 weather crew.
Well, there shouldn't be many more days of school left. This should be ending in a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah, my kids are out next week.
Round and third, heading home.
Next Thursday is the last day.
Heading for home in the summer.
Ben Zobrist, 5 for 10 in the series with a double, a triple. He's been a real pest.
Well, he's playing very well against the Indians this year. He's like Ben Francisco.
Well, he's doing everything, too. Stealing bases, scoring runs.
Yeah, he's 9 for 20. 2 homers, 7 ribbies. 6 walks. He's and playing right field all over the place. Really done a nice job.
Well, David Huff has fallen behind 3 balls and a strike. Foul tip, full count. Zobrist, who is a switch hitter, is much more effective when batting from the right side. He's hitting .359 against the Southpaws. And the payoff pitch.
There
hit
it is.
To the alley in right center. This is how he tripled in last night's game. Let's see.
This kid is unbelievable.
He'll go into second standing with a leadoff double. So the Rays get their leadoff man aboard for the second inning in a row.
Well, his 12th double of the year. But when you fall behind, it's a straight fastball out over the plate, and he just stayed on it, went the other way with it. They didn't want to walk him, so you go in there and he plugs the gap. So the second straight inning, they've had their leadoff man aboard.
That'll bring up the Marshal.
Marsha Dillon.
Joe Dillon. He's DHing again today. Batting in the 7th spot in the Rays lineup. And a called strike. Dillon started the year in the A's organization. Came to the Rays as the player to be named later to complete the Adam Kennedy trade back on May 8th. 0-1 pitch. Trying to go the other way.
I need not ask you what Marshall Dillon's first name was because you certainly know it, don't you?
That's right, Matt.
Matt.
How the good old days.
Yeah, I wonder if he's ever been called that before. I'm sure. By old timers like us.
Yeah, I was going to say, not many of his contemporaries. In the dirt, good block by Shopping. You drop a Marshall on there. Huh?
Yeah, you'd look.
What? Unless they're watching the TV Land channel.
That's true. I'm sure it might be on there.
Dillon 0 for 2 in series action so far. The 1-2 pitch popped in the air, right field. Backing up is 2. Zobrist will tag. He's going to go to third. Here's the throw, and it's offline, cut off by Cabrera. So Zobrist gets himself to third base with 1 out and a chance to give the Rays the early lead if Kapler can bring him home. Don't forget, folks, Alvin's Jewelers Pray for Rain promotion. If you're thinking about getting engaged, buy your engagement ring at Alvin's Jewelers. Then if it rains on your wedding day, the engagement ring is free. Log on to alvinsjewelers.com for all the important details. Indians will bring the infield in with 1 out and that runner at third base. Kapler looks at a ball down low. If you're struggling offensively, do you like to see the infield in, or do you?
Absolutely. Anytime you're a hitter and you see that infield playing in, you don't have to hit it that hard. Just, look for something you can hit hard. I mean, you got a really good chance. It elevates your chances there. Unless you hit it right at him. That's the only thing the infield in does, is to cut off that run.
Kapler just 2 for his last 19. But he's trying to get his job done. Bring that run home from third. 1-1 pitch. Pops it up. Foul ground, and it will find the seats.
And the reason being, when you're a hitter and that infield comes in, the outfield doesn't move with it. They stay put.
Well, I know all that, but I'm just saying, when you're up there psychologically, when you're struggling.
Doesn't matter. You get a man in scoring position. You used to love it when you'd get a guy in scoring position when you're struggling, because it'd really make you concentrate. And then even more so with the infield in, you'll lick your chops. Now, if you don't get him in, then you're a little upset, but everything's in your favor as a hitter.
1-2 pitch fouled away. If you don't get him in, you may go Carlos Zambrano on the water cooler.
No, it's no big deal. You want to get him in. If you don't get him in, you want that next guy on deck to get him in with 2 outs, and that's when they haven't scored.
Did you see Zambrano?
Yeah, I did see that. I liked it.
He destroyed the thing.
He thought he had an out. Got a little carried away, but
1-2 pitch to Kapler. Missed inside. He threw the umpire out of the game.
Yeah, that's okay. You need shows like that.
He was ejected, and then he said, "No, you're out of here."
Now, to the cooler and stuff like that,
that was a little over the top.
That's way over the top, because you're going to be seen on television and cameras are going to be watching. I liked it with the umpire.
Yeah,
I like that. That's emotional, because he thought he had him, and he just reacted. After that, it's
a little premeditated. Yeah. Full count here with a runner at third and 1 out. Deanna Navarro waiting on deck. Huff's payoff pitch, and Kapler shot it back foul.
That was not a bad pitch. Kapler able to stay alive and fouled it straight back.
Huff already has made 35 pitches. Here's the payoff. Hard chopper to short. Cabrera looks him back, takes care of the batter, 2 down.
That's where it pays dividends, and it's right at a player, and then that runner has to stop, unless you're sending him on contact, and he would have been a dead duck anyway. The reason why you play the infield in, you hope that guy hits it right at one of your defenders, which Kapler did.
What usually is the determining factor as to whether or not you go with the contact play?
Well, the manager feeling like, we're going to have to score and try and get this. I think the determining factor is a guy on the mound where you want to get any run you can. And now you've got your 9th place hitter up, Navarro. I think I might have been sending him on contact there, because Navarro has been struggling.
I was a little surprised he didn't go there myself. That's why I asked.
It all depends. Sometimes they won't put it in, they won't put it on. And
so there's no set rule. Sometimes it's a hunch factor.
Yeah, a guy that you have on base, can he run? And Zobrist runs pretty well. You know what? The factor might have been he doesn't want to get anybody else hurt. He had a shortstop and second baseman, already put out and on the DL in their last series. So you may be set. Well, heck, let it go through. It's early in the game.
Make it go through. I got you. Yep. Joe Madden's Rays lost 3 in a row, all 3 in this series. Indians have won 3 in a row for the first time this year.
Because if you look at the offensive numbers in this series for the Rays, they're 0 for 15 with 2 outs. So right then and there you're thinking, well, I got to try and score, because we won't get a hit if there's 2 outs if you play the numbers.
0 for their last 14 with a runner in scoring position. So,
yeah, there's really no determining factor there.
Ben Zobrist is the runner at third base. No score, 2 down, top of the second inning. And this will be pitch number 40 for David Huff. Fouled back.
Now, when you're, a guy that throws probably 88 to 90 tops, and, you work a lot of pitches that first time through the lineup like he is, these guys will be ready the second time. They get to see pretty much everything you have.
Now the 2-2.
And there's not a lot of deception.
And another full count. And if he loses Navarro, B.J. Upton would be next.
Well, you don't want to lose him. This is the guy you want to get.
Payoff pitch. Popped in the air. This should get him out of the inning. Cabrera calls for it. And the Rays continue to struggle with runners in scoring position, now 0 for their last 13. Heritage Park, out beyond the center field fence. No score. We go to the bottom of the second inning. It'll be Johnny Peralta, Ryan Garco, and Ben Francisco for the Tribe.
Heritage Park, that remains open now during games too, right? You can go out there and pay a visit, check it out throughout the game.
Johnny Peralta riding a 6-game hitting streak will lead it off. And he takes the first pitch strike. Down low. Yeah, Heritage Park, just to clarify, is open before, during, and after all home games.
Right. You know, they used to close that section down earlier, but then Heritage Park, you have more trees out there. You can take a walk and a stroll through there during the course of the game. And
that was the original picnic plaza. Two-one, chopper to third, backed up Longoria, and he throws him out, one away.
Well, we told you that the big boy, Neiman, is 6'9". Watch his stride compared to Huff's. Now, when he lands, the big man is about 6 inches off the rubber, driving toward home plate. Huff, his back foot is still on the rubber by the time he lands. So there is quite a difference between those two. You don't have to worry today about landing in the same hole as the pitcher you're facing, because it's going to be about a foot difference.
If Huff landed in the same hole that
he'd have to jump.
He'd need a shovel to get out of it.
It'd be a running broad jump.
Swung on a miss. Good off-speed pitch. 0-2. You know, from that side angle, it almost looked that when Neiman comes in front of the rubber, he's really in front of the rubber.
Yeah.
In other words, he's not making contact with it. Swung on a miss. Boy, he made quick work of Ryan Garco. 2 down, second strikeout for Jeff Neiman. Last night, speaking of big, tall pitchers, and I mentioned his name earlier, 6'10", Randy Johnson.
Oh, boy, got number 299.
He's closing in on magic number 300. Well, only 1 run on 3 hits allowed against the Braves in 6 innings of work. That's some pretty rarefied company.
That may be the last guy to get number 300 for a real long time, if anybody ever does it again. I don't know anybody that's that close.
The 0-1 pitch. You have to be incredibly talented. You have to be genetically blessed. And you have to want to pitch a long time to get to 300.
All the active guys right there. And, you know, Moyer, he's 66.
Well, Moyer, Pettit, and Smoltz are all in the twilight of their career. No question about it.
Well, Smoltz, I see where he was sent out to start pitching in the minor leagues. Pettit, I mean, he's just too far away. And Moyer, he really is. What's he, about 45? 44, 45.
You know, you think of young pitchers who might have a chance. The number, that's just such a big number.
That is. I mean, you got to stay around a long time.
Foul back.
And also stay healthy.
CC Sabathia is pitching in his 8th Major League season, and he has 120 wins. So he needs 180 more.
Yeah.
So he'd have to pitch another 8. That'd be 16. You're talking he'd have to pitch probably 20 years in his career to even get close.
Well, you have to pitch 20 years in the game and have well over 10 wins a year.
Yeah, just do the math.
Yeah, I mean, and that's pretty darn tough to do. The health problem now with the arm problems and the surgeries that go on now, it's amazing.
2-2 pitch to Ben Francisco. In the air, center field. Back goes Upton. Still going back, looking up, and it's going to short hop the wall. Benny into second base with a 2-out double. Well, B.J. Upton plays a shallow center field, and he knew right away that he had no chance to catch that ball. So he went into glide mode and just, I'm going to watch and see where the carom comes.
You see, that's the great thing about him out there, because you know what? As a center fielder, you know it's over your head, so you play it off the wall. You don't force it in, play it into a triple. Another pitch upstairs, and that's an easy double. He can cruise back, and he can get himself set on the angle coming off the wall, which sometimes it's gonna kick back that way with the angle of the wall. That's I think a bonus when you play shallow. And any ball that's hit over your head, if it has any hang time whatsoever, he's got enough speed to go back and catch it.
Now Luis Valbuena looks at a first pitch strike.
I mean, he's got time to look at it. He's playing the angle. He's like sitting out there. He looked at the wall. There it is. He was right there. No problem whatsoever. If he was playing 3 or 4 steps deeper, he might have been thinking he could catch that ball. And if you don't catch it, it's a triple.
And then it's either a spectacular catch or, as you said, he's crashing into the wall and it's extra bases maybe.
Well, it's a triple possible
inside the
Parker because no one was there to help at that part of the ballpark.
One to Valbuena outside.
Yeah, and the key when you're playing outfield defense, give the doubles, you take away the triples. It's plain and simple. I mean, the double's a double. You still got to get another base hit to score them. A triple, well, you can score on a wild pitch or an error. A few different ways. Makes it a little easier.
Indians have already scored 14 runs in this series with 2 men out. Looking for a 2-out knock from Valbuena, who is hitless this year against Tampa Bay, 0 for 12.
Well, if he gets a hit, it's going to be a double.
6 of his 8 hits have gone for 2 bases.
That's exactly right. He doesn't mess around. He doesn't stop at first. He just makes that left turn and goes to second.
And the 2-2 struck him out. So Jeff Neiman is fan 3 through 2 innings, and we have no score in Cleveland. Aggressive field from the Market Pavilion looking into the ballpark. School kids everywhere you look here today. Indians and Rays scoreless as we go to the third inning. And top of the order for Tampa against David Huff. He delivers high and wide for ball one. Two balls, no strikes. And a strike is called, 2-1. Upton ground ball. Valbuena with a terrific stop. And he throws him out. Nicely done by Luis Valbuena, because with the speedy Upton, you don't have long to gather yourself.
Let's check out this. This is our McDonald's. I'm loving it. And you see, what happened is Upton didn't get out of the box because that ball got deep on him. You know he can run. He can get down the line, but Valbuena, a nice play. Sliding to his left, gets up, throws him out. Very nice.
So you're saying maybe on a ball that he would
have you got to reach for, yes.
He's already got a full couple of strides.
He's like
going.
Leaning toward first base, and he's on the run. When he hits that ball deep, and he's almost on his heels.
Crawford punches one through the other side of the infield. His first hit today, and now Crawford has hit in 8 straight games. Take a look at the Alltel Text Poll question of the game. Who do you think will win the East? The Rays, the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, the Orioles. Text your answer to 31962. Boston and New York begin the day tied atop the standings. Toronto, losers of 9 in a row, are a game and a half out. Then Tampa, 5 back. Baltimore bringing up the rear, 6 games off the pace. Orioles have won 3 in a row. Including the first 3 games in this series, Tampa has now lost 4 straight to drop to 23 and 26 on the year. That's a strike at the knees. Longoria not so sure. He's now in the hole 0-2. The Indians try to march their way back toward the 500 mark, are 20 and 28. Having won 3 straight coming in. 7.5 games out of first in the Central. One ball, 2 strikes. Fouled third base side. You know, I thought this was interesting too, Rick. Maybe shows you a shift in the way fans are viewing baseball today. Evan Longoria is the American League leader among all-star voting at third base.
And he should be.
No question. But when you think of Alex Rodriguez in New York and the marketing machine.
Right. Well, this kid, you know, they made it to the World Series last year, and he was Rookie of the Year, and he's leading the league in RBIs. And you know, you vote for, I know it's fan favorites, the All-Star game. It turns into that, and it's, you know, guys make it that probably shouldn't a lot of the times, but he deserves to be right now the All-Star third baseman.
Well, speaking of which, Derek Jeter leads all players in voting in the All-Star game.
And you look at second base, Kinsler.
Swung on and missed, and Longoria goes down swinging. 2 down, second strikeout for David Huff.
Looked like a little slider, a curveball or some breaking ball down that he was able to get Longoria to chase. Good pitch. Second strikeout.
But, you know, with all due respect, and I think Jeter's a terrific player and he's had a great career, but should he be leading the votes among all players in the American League? I don't think so.
Among all players?
Yeah. But, I mean, I think that's
just shortstops.
No, he's leading everybody.
Oh, okay. Well, he's the most popular guy.
Exactly, and that's what, to your point. You know, sometimes it's not always the best players that get voted in there. But in this case, I think the fans, They're looking at Longoria's numbers. They're looking at what kind of a player he has been and what he means to the Rays franchise, too.
At second base, it's Ian Kinsler, and that's over Pedroia. Now, that surprises me from a guy in Texas where, it's not a lot of baseball fanfare down there.
It's also still early.
Well, that's true. That is true. There's a long way to go. You're right.
Wait till the Yankee and Red Sox voting machines get cranked up.
I'll tell you what, that Kinsler can play. He's a good second baseman. He's fun to watch.
Indians shift 3 on the right side, even with Martinez holding the runner at first. Runner goes. Bouncing ball to Victor. He'll turn. He'll take it himself, and the inning is over. So David Huff has worked 3 scoreless innings despite having to make 55 pitches. And we have no score heading to the bottom of the third. There at Progressive Field, no score. Bottom of the third inning. Kelly Shopik has Drupal Cabrera and Grady Sizemore for the Tribe against big right-hander Jeff Neiman. The sun is actually trying to pop through the thick cloud cover here in downtown Cleveland.
Don't be fooled. There's supposed to be something very bad behind it.
Santa Claus is checking out the ball game today.
Who's that, Tim Allen?
No, that's the Santa Claus.
Oh. Yeah,
this is the Santa Claus down from the North Pole.
Looks like him.
Kelly Shopik looks at a ball inside. 1 for 3 in the series with a home run. Swung on and missed. Well, this is not good.
I know. Pretending not to see it. I'm ignoring it.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Ground ball behind the bag. Backhanded by Longoria. And he throws him out. Made it look easy, didn't he? Boy, he does. And, you know, I've heard this said about players in all sports. Guys can slow the game down. And with Longoria, he just never seems to be in a hurry over there.
Watch how easy he gets it and never panics. Watch. Okay. Takes a breath. Gets up and makes a perfect throw. And that's what I'm talking about. He makes the game look like it's in slow motion. And he's going full speed.
One away for Asdrubal Cabrera, who singled his first time up. He's extended his hitting streak to 5 in a row. Fouls it back out of play. Jeff Neiman, at 6'9", was not a basketball player in high school.
Now that's hard to believe.
Cabrera with a beautiful bunt. Longoria will have to eat it.
Very nice. Cabrera had a bunt base hit last night. You know, he laid down a dandy down the third baseline, and Longoria was playing back. Wisely done. Very nice.
He's starting to take to this leadoff role.
You know what? He really is. And, I mean, that's all part of your game right here. Look, that's a gimme hit. He caught him napping back there at third base, and that's a very nice job. 2 for 2 now.
So 1 on, 1 out for Grady Sizemore.
That is his third bunt hit this year, and second in a row.
Toss over to first. Yeah, Neiman was asked, why in the world would you have not been on the basketball floor when you were in high school? And he said, well, when I was in junior high school, we had this guy that beat me out at center, Emeka Okafor.
Get out of here. So he took it personally?
So he said, I guess I'm not going to play. So they had a deal because they were also on the same Pony League baseball team. So Okafor said, well, I won't play baseball anymore if you don't play basketball anymore.
No kidding.
That's some pretty good talent.
Well, why
at the
couldn't you
same
put
school.
him over at a forward? Why did you have to leave him at center? You could have had 2 big boys, twin towers. I would think the basketball coach would find room and time for 2 guys that size.
Talk about twin towers in high school.
No kidding.
I don't know a whole lot about Houston, but I'm imagining it's a pretty talent-rich area.
I would think so. For football and basketball, I'm sure, and baseball.
Grady rips one into right field. That's a base hit. Trying to cut off is Kapler. He won't. Into third is Cabrera. He'll get the stop sign there. And Indians at second and third with 1 out. Kapler couldn't cut it off, but he made a nice play off the fence and immediately got it to his cutoff man.
Well, he wasn't going to cut that off. That ball was smoked. Grady put a good swing on this one. Got through the hitting area quickly. So that'll go as a double for Grady, number 11. Second double of the game for the Indians, and they're in business now, second and third and 1 out.
Well, in the old second time through the order adjustment period, there are 2 for the first 2. Well, let's see what Victor Martinez has.
Well, he got Victor the first time, so now it's time for Victor to get him. They'll get one
ball
in.
Up the middle. Nice diving stop by Ibar. He'll throw out Martinez, but the Indians grab the lead as Victor drives home his 35th run of the year. Cabrera scoring, and Grady Sizemore moves over to third.
We got him in. And it was a nice play by Ibar to take a hit away from Victor. He would have had 2 RBIs. Well, that's all it takes. You get the lead. Get the lead. Nice play.
You know, I was just thinking of something. I was talking last night to you about Victor and, you know, real pull happy or pull conscious right now. Carl Pavano was joking with Victor in the clubhouse before the game. He said, today, Victor, they're going to play 4 guys on the right side against you, and they're going to let you try to hit the ball the other way.
Well, he did it down in Tampa. He beat him twice
going
the other way. When you remember,
that's when
they
he was
couldn't get him out.
Really locked in, though.
But they couldn't get him out.
Yep.
And he went that way. I don't know if it was turf or what it had to do, or he was in some kind of streak.
Here's Shin-Soo Choo, hit into a double play his last time up. Trying to pick up a 2-out RBI here.
Well, I like how this inning started. That bunt by Cabrera got it started. A beautiful bunt. He comes in to score after the double, and there he is for Victor, 12 out of 19. Getting him in. Victor, 35 RBIs now.
And those 2 right there have developed a pretty good relationship.
Yes, they have.
Cabrera,
switch hitters.
He really looks up to Martinez, and Victor has worked with Asdrubal and helped him immensely.
That's taking the kid under your wing, man.
1-2 the count.
And he has listened very well.
Chu, over his last 20 games, has batted .342, despite going just 2 for 14 in this series.
I was going to say, he struggled a little bit in this series.
He tried to hold up, but they caught him in between, and he went too far. But the Indians have the early lead, 1-0 now through 3 innings of play. Going to the 4th inning of play, David Huff will face Willie Ibar, Ben Zobrist, and Joe Dillon. His first pitch to Ibar is down low, ball 1. Bo says that what David Huff should do is just allow the first batter of the inning to go to first base, because out of the stretch, the Rays hitters are just 1 for 9 against him. From the full windup, they're 2 for 3 against him. The 2-0. And Ibar yanks one toward left. Garco, long run, won't get it.
There you go.
And it drops foul. Whew, caught a break there. That ball, you could see Ibar go out and try to hook it, but it looked like it was going to drop just inside the line.
I'll tell you what, it looked like it hit line from where I was at, but you see it turning, and wow. That's only a couple inches there from a ground rule double.
And so a 2-1 count. Evens it up, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ibar hit just 148 in April, but well over the 300 mark here in the month of May.
Gee.
Another ball that hits Huff, and another hit for the Rays.
He's got a target on that uniform today. One in the lower leg. This one looked like up in the body.
Longoria got him in the first inning.
Well, Bo's going to get his wish. There he is. He's on first, so now he's going to go from the stretch. Let's see that one. He got his arm right off the elbow, pitching elbow.
He was fortunate that didn't catch a finger. So Ben Zobrist, who doubled off Huff his first time up. So they're now 3 for 4 against him from the full windup. Up high, ball 1. Zobrist is 6 for 11 against the Indians in this series. Two balls, no strikes.
That's what he did the first time to Zobrist. He fell behind him and had to go in. It was 3-1 and had to go in with a good pitch, and he hit a double.
There's a strike. 2 balls And 1 strike to count. Well, Zach Jackson, who only went 4 innings in his start last night, was sent back to AAA. And the Indians called up Tomo Oka, who was in the Indians bullpen for this afternoon's game. In off the plate, 3-1. There is Tomo Oka, one of 7 right-handers in the Indians bullpen. The lone lefty is Jeremy Sowers. Full count on Ben Zobrist here in the 4th. Oka has spent time in the big leagues with the Red Sox, Expos. In the air, left field. Garco back on the track. And he makes the catch. 1 away. Back to first goes Ibar. Time now for our direct energy, bringing the gas sequence.
Take it back to the first inning. Ibar is the hitter. Fastball just off the plate. Nah, he gets that one. Then he hits a breaking ball. Fouled off the fastball and gets him to swing at the curveball down.
Direct Energy offers simple solutions for your natural gas supply needs. Pitch is up high for ball 1. Joe Dillon flied out to right his first time up. The 1-0 in the air. Right field, shallow. Here's Chu. He's got it. 2 down. And let's go back to the STO studios right now for a Ford Sports Update.
All right, guys, right across the plaza tonight, the Cavaliers will be taking on Orlando in Game 5 of their Best of 7 Eastern Conference Finals. There's the numbers for James and Howard. Cavaliers need to win tonight, then Game 6, then Game 7 to advance to the finals. Tip-off is at 8:30. Back to you now at Progressive View.
Thanks, Al. Here's Gabe Kapler with a runner at first and 2 down. And Kapler looks at a strike. Yeah, it's
Cavs
cliche time.
Well, Cavs need, what's that? What's the cliche?
Winner go home, back against the wall.
Well, Cavs have to do exactly what the Indians just did for the first time, win 3 straight games. But they got to do it against the same team, the Magic, and it can be done.
Bouncer to short. Cabrera goes the short way, inning over. And when he's out of the stretch, Tampa Bay can't solve him. They're 1 for 12 against Huff. It's a 1-0 Indians lead as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning here at Progressive Field. There's Betsy Kling. It was part of the Channel 3 weather days before the ball game. All kind of kids here in attendance, and they better get the rain gear on in a hurry because the skies are darkening to the west.
Now I see the grounds crew is perched, and that's always a bad sign when they are right behind the tarp, ready to go at a moment's notice when that crew chief says, "Bring it on."
Pitch into Peralta, a called strike. Johnny grounded out to third his first time up. Ball and 2 strikes. I guess there's no chance this is going to somehow slide by us to the south, huh?
I don't know. We'll see. Hope it does.
The 1-2 pitch is down low. Jeff Neiman, right-hander's 2-2 pitch. And Peralta slams a single into right field. And the Indians get their leadoff man aboard for just the second time today. Well, every time the Indians go deep this year, the Gathering Place benefits $50 courtesy of Great Clips. Rick and I are each donating $5 for every Indians home run hit to the Gathering Place this year. Gathering Place helps individuals and their families cope with cancer. And so far, over $3,000 courtesy of the Indians going deep. Two nights ago, it was all Indians home run. 4 dingers in the game.
I'll tell you what, the way the wind's shifted and blowing straight out now, you want to get one into that right center field gap. We talked to Garko after the game,
what,
and he says,
they're pulling the tarp
yeah,
right
they
now.
know it's coming. That's not a bad idea. You know, that's not a bad idea to get that field covered, and that way they won't have a whole lot to do to clean it up. And plus, sometimes when it gets windy, that tarp is tough to put on the field.
I think that's what Brandon Kanke, the head groundskeeper, was talking to Tim Welke, the crew chief, about. This isn't just rain. This is a pretty severe storm, I think, that they feel is blowing in here.
Yeah, get it covered. I think that's a good idea before it even starts. And this ground crew, I mean, believe me, they are very, very good.
There's Jim Folk, who runs the ballpark here and is on top of it, and he's always
see that it's done and the field never got wet. That's good job, good call, because it is coming, boys.
Jim Folk is always talking with the folks back at Channel 3 as the rain is just now starting to fall. So he gets the updates from them, and then he passes it along here to the folks at Progressive Field, and you can literally see the rain just rolling in through the left field corner there as it passes the Key Tower and the BP building, and the skies are just pitch black off to the west. So we are going into rain delay format here at Progressive Field. Indians lead the Tampa Bay Rays by a score of 1-0. We are in the bottom of the fourth inning. Indians had their leadoff man aboard. And so we will sit and wait, and hopefully this storm will blow through rather quickly, and we'll get back to playing baseball. But for now, we'll send you back to STO programming for Indians Roundtable, and we'll have updates whenever they become available here at Progressive Field.
New pitchers are out. Neiman's done. So we will resume.
At 3:55 p.m., we are just about ready to get underway again. Garko, a strikeout victim, his first time up. And Cormier delivers. Garko hacks it foul over toward third base coach Joel Skinner. 2 hours and 40 minutes, the official rain delay time.
You know, unfortunately, the sad thing about this and the rain delay is they had so many young kids in the seats. You know,
Yeah.
It was a great crowd. I mean, the kids were loving it, and they all jumped on their buses and ended up going home during the course of that rain delay, and it's too bad.
Well, I'm going to tell you, when the rains came, and they came almost instantly after that tarp was put on the field, it was blowing in torrents, absolute sheets of rain, and some of those kids in the upper deck were running for cover. I'll bet they were drenched by the time they got under the grandstand area.
They had an opportunity to learn about it today before the game. Hopefully they did.
Yes,
and
they
knew
did.
to go to cover first.
One down as Garko strikes out for the second time today.
Well, you can visit the Team Shop merchandise stand on the home run porch for your very own customized jersey. You can choose any name and number for the back of the jersey, and the best of all, it's produced while you wait, so you can wear it right away. I mean, pick it up right now and have it for the game. It's a beautiful thing.
Ben Francisco fouls it off toward the Tampa dugout. Ben Francisco had a double his first time up today. He sent a drive deep to center over the head of B.J. Upton that short hopped the wall in straightaway center field. Francisco's 10th two-bagger of the year, and he is now 6 for 12 in the series. Benny, a .444 career hitter against Tampa with 6 homers and 19 runs batted in. Bunts this one right out in front of the plate, and Navarro takes care of him 2 down. Let's get a look at our Subway fresh face of the game from yesterday. Michael Aubrey at AAA Columbus went 2 for 4 with a 3-run home run, his 5th of the year. He's picked up a hit in 6 of his last 7 games for the Clippers. Subway, play hard, eat fresh. Here is Luis Valbuena, who struck out his first time up. And this is sliced down the left field line, and a foul ball into the corner. Well, Tommy Bowe has told me, Rick, that we have lost 5 hours and 7 minutes of our life during this series due to the 3 rain delays.
Is that right?
Total delay time. Yeah.
Okay, 5 hours, not bad.
Not bad.
You know, that's not bad. I mean, we could have lost 5 hours in one game, you know, but I look at it this way. The fortunate thing, we stay here. Tampa's the one that have to get on the plane and go home.
Here's the 0-1. Got a piece of it. Nothing in 2 the count.
And the bottom line is win the game.
We still got a chance for a
4-game
early
swing.
evening barbecue tonight.
Well, I don't know.
Not so much for Tampa.
I would say an early evening. I wouldn't say a barbecue at my house. Maybe at yours.
Why? Can't barbecue in the rain?
I think I'm going to stop in Bedrock and get a Brontosaurus burger.
Runner at second with 2 down, and Valbuena strikes out for the second time today. 4 complete from Progressive Field. It's Cleveland 1, Tampa nothing. call for free with My Circle. Any number, any network. Well, the rain has not chased Slider away. He's been entertaining the folks during the delay and continues afterwards. Now Jensen Lewis coming on in relief of David Huff for the 20th time this year. 2 wins, 3 losses, ERA 5.47 in 24 2/3 innings, 9 walks, 22 strikeouts. And suddenly he's become the long man.
Well, you know, he's in a role where that's where he's needed as at this point right now, because sometimes when he's been in there, the starters haven't given Eric Wedge any distance. So he's the first man out, and today he's going to, he would take a nice 2 innings today. Matter of fact, it's the last pitcher that gave up a run out of this bullpen in this series. 13 scoreless to this point, 9 hits, 5 walks, and 9 strikeouts. So the bullpen has done a really good job.
He's 2-0 to Deanna Navarro. Lewis came out of the pen in Cincinnati and went 3 scoreless innings. But then came back in another extended outing against these Rays. Got out of the bases loaded jam when he initially came into the game. But then he told me, he said, I just kind of ran out of gas.
Well, right now he's got to find a role, and Jensen doesn't have it, so he's unsure of what he has to do. And now it's get outs and go as long as you can, as hard as you can. He did a great job, like as you said, down in Cincinnati, 3 innings. But sometimes you're not going to get the length that you want to get out of your bullpen. That comes with a lot of ball clubs when your starters are out early in the game. And unfortunately today it wasn't the starters because of how they pitched. It was because of the weather.
Navarro popped up to the shortstop his first time to the plate today. He's hit in 6 straight games for Tampa, going 11 for his last 27, including today's first at bat. And he fouls it off to stay alive. Jensen Lewis now with a 3-2 pitch. And again, it's fouled off by Deanna Navarro. No runs, 4 hits for Tampa, 1 run, 5 hits for the Indians. And the payoff pitch is in the air to center field. Ben Francisco will make the catch, 1 away. Let's go back to the STO studios right now for a Ford Sports update.
All right, fellas, one other afternoon game in baseball. It's Boston and Minnesota. And here in the 7th inning, a base hit by the Red Sox puts them up 3-1. Dustin Pedroia got him in there, and now it's 3-1 on that sacrifice fly. Mike Redmond got tossed out. 9th inning, back to you.
All right, here now is B.J. Upton, 0 for 1. Walked and grounded out to second. And he takes a strike. One ball and 1 strike. You know, last night when we had Ben Francisco on, you talked to him about playing center field and about feeling maybe a little more comfortable seeing the ball off the bat. Is it more difficult to play the corner spots?
Yeah, picking the ball up off the bat, yes. I mean, you've got a bird's eye view. It's like watching it just like you are at home from center field. You get to see where the catcher's set up, the break of the pitches, and you get a good read on the ball. And in center field, it doesn't hook and tail and sink as much as it does, because when the ball's hit the center field, you get a truer spin. When you get it to right or left field, you either get a hook or a slice, and it's always got that kind of spin to it. So guys love it. The only thing in center field, you have to cover more ground, and you've got to be able to run. But Ben has played a lot of center field, and it's always nice because he's been playing mostly left field, and he plays a little right. When you're in center field, it's that little comfort zone. Now watch this jump.
He got a good break on the ball and runs it down easily.
I mean, that's fun. That's a true read. And if the ball has any hang time, it's fun to run down and run under and catch balls.
So basically what you're saying is when you're in the corner spots, you don't have as much reaction time. Because the ball's not going to hang in the air quite as much as when it's at the center.
It should not. It should not hang in the air, and you just have tougher angles. And I'm thinking, like in right field, right-handers drive the ball to right better than left-handers drive the ball to left. But you see that, that's fun to play center field. You have a little hang time. You get a chance to get under it and catch it.
I mean, if a guy hits a ball, if you're in right field, in other words, if you're Shin-Soo Choo and you're out there in right field, guy hits one hard, you don't have a lot of reaction time to run under it.
Well,
and if it's hit at you, in other words, a ball hit at you, you make one false step and you're in trouble.
That's probably the toughest play for an outfielder is the ball hit right at you. You know, they always say, you don't know if it's going to be down or up over your head, so you sort of freeze. That's always an outfielder's toughest play. Anything on an angle, you got a little different read, and you can pick it up a little better.
Up high, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lewis with a 1-2 pitch. And a smash into right field will keep the inning alive. Crawford has his second hit of the ball game.
Well, look for him to run now. Well, follow the Tribe on your iPhone and iPod. Touch with MLB.com at Bat 2009. It's a great new application. Features play-by-play, video highlights, and live audio broadcasts. Visit Indians.com on your iPhone or iPod. Touch to purchase this app today.
Here now is Evan Longoria, 1 for 2 with an infield single.
Well, you would think 2 outs, situation sets up for it. If Crawford gets a green light or he gets a good read, he'll be off and running, and I'm sure he has the green light. He's only 30-0 this year. Oh, had him. Got him. Oh.
A balk is called by first base umpire Angel Hernandez, so Crawford will go to second base.
Okay, and you can't argue the balk if you're Eric Wedge, so he's got to get back in. And what he's telling him is that front knee bent, and any time that knee bends, you've got to go to home plate as a right-handed pitcher. So we'll get a look at it. Let me see his front leg, the one that's out in front, his left leg. You think?
Okay, you're telling me that was a balk, then I have no idea.
You don't think so? Okay.
I didn't see anything.
We'll show it again, but you're not looking from behind where that umpire is looking from. That's sort of like a front view. I'm telling you, if that front leg bends in, it's like you're picking it up. Let's look at it slow. Look at the left leg. There it is. He bends and then he stops and goes to first base. That is conceived a balk. You're deceiving the runner.
That's the whole point of a pickoff move, is to deceive the runner.
It is? That's the. You can do it to a certain point.
1-0 pitch. In the air to right field. Back goes Choo. On the track, pulls it down, and the inning is over. So the balk does no harm, and we'll go to the bottom of the 5th. 1-0 Cleveland. It's a 1-0 Indians lead as we go to the bottom of the fifth here at Progressive Field.
Go Indians, yeah.
Some of the young folks still remain. Many have headed for home.
Well, the folks that have remained, they've got some pretty good seats now. They can mosey on down and enjoy a nice seat.
Kelly Shopik, Asdrubal Cabrera, and Grady Sizemore to face Lance Cormier here in the fifth. And a called strike. No, I wasn't trying to be flip with you before, but my whole thing on the pickoff move, especially when it's a left-hander. I mean, our buddy Brian Anderson down there.
He had a good move.
I mean, what he's trying to do is to fool the runner into think he's not going to throw over there.
Yeah,
so
but
I just love the wording of that, trying to deceive the runner. Well, yeah.
Well, I know then it is the wording in that because as left-handers, you can go up as slow as you want, but you just can't pretend like
you can't. You can't make a move towards the plate,
home plate and
yeah.
then come to first base.
Shopik yanks one into the left field corner. Crawford can't get to it. He'll play the carom. Shopik's digging for two. The throw, not in time. Kelly has a leadoff double here in the home half of the fifth as the rain starts to come down again here at Progressive Field.
Well, Shop gets his though. That beard's getting longer and longer as the season goes. Got a ball on the inside part of the plate. He was able to turn on, look like an off speed or a hanging breaking ball. So for Kelly Shopik, his third double.
And now as Asdrubal Cabrera steps in, he's already 2 for 2. A bunt, single, and a run scored. The only run of the game is last time up. He squares around, takes a strike.
That base hit, too, by Shopik was on an 0-2 pitch.
So the Rays looking for the bunt here, pinching in at the corners.
Well, the guy has he's 2 bunt base hits in the last 2 days.
Oh, he jabbed at that one and missed.
That's okay. Get your job. His job now is try and get him to third base. Important run out there in a 1-0 game.
Evan Longoria over with a word for Cormier. Perhaps talking in case Cabrera decides to bunt with 2 strikes.
They figure rarely anymore will they make a guy do it 3 times in a row, so he'll probably be swinging.
Rain coming straight down here at Progressive Field. And the 0-2 to Cabrera is tapped foul. Shopik, the runner at second base, and an 0-2 count on Cabrera. And he chops it foul over toward Luis Rivera, who makes a nice bare hand grab and flip. Asdrubal Cabrera has now hit in 5 straight games. He is 7 for his last 19, including 5 for 11 in the series. And he has been a great hitter with runners in scoring position this year. He'll move the runner over to third.
Good job.
So he makes the out, but in the end, he does what he was trying to do to begin with, which, as you said, is get that runner over to third base.
Well, when you don't get it done by the bunt, it's going to cost you an at-bat on the ground.
Right.
Is what it does. So, you're trying to sacrifice him over, but job well done.
Check out our All-Care Dental Indentures Smile and Easy Cam. And there were a lot of easy smiles early today. The sun was out. It was warm at game time before the rains came and washed it all away. 17 locations across northeastern Ohio. All-Care Dental Indentures make seeing the dentist easy. Grady Sizemore steps in, takes a first pitch strike. Rays infield in. They're at the cut of the grass all the way around the horn. Grady has walked and doubled in the ball game. Doubled into the right field corner his last time up. The 0-1 missed down low to even the count. And the 1-1 pitch. Got him to chase in the dirt. Lance Cormier. A lot in relief here for Tampa today. Originally a 4th-round pick back in 2002 out of the University of Alabama. The 1-2 up high. And Grady shoots it back foul. So Sizemore, who now has 9 hits in his last 8 games, is 4 for 14 in the series with 2 doubles. Trying to extend the Indians' slim margin here in the 5th. Struck him out looking.
Wow.
2 down.
Good slider inside corner. I mean, perfect pitch.
3rd strikeout already for Cormier.
Right there. Comes right down. Grady was going down underneath it, thinking it might have been a little high. It had the plate. It's a pretty good pitch.
Pitching coach Jim Hickey out to talk with Cormier, presumably about who he feels more comfortable facing here with the base open, Martinez or Chu. I don't know what else he could be going out to talk to him about. Martinez is 0 for 2 today. Drove in the Indians' only run with a ground out in the 3rd inning. But Victor is also mired in a 2 for 25 slump. Really, though, the Rays have done a terrific job against both Martinez and Chu overall in the series. The 2 of them are combined 4 for 27. And Victor doesn't like the call.
Well, it was the
Strike
bottom
1.
part of the lineup that did such a good job last night. They got him rolling, got him back into the ball game. Well, the Indians have done very well in this series with 2 outs. So,
line drive,
there
left
you go.
field base hit. Martinez comes through with a 2-out RBI hit, and that is par for the course. The Indians have done a terrific job batting with 2 outs in the series. That is their 15th run that they have scored with 2 outs.
How about the approach to Victor, though? The other way. That's when he hurt Tampa all last road trip. He stayed on that ball, and you went the other way. You said he has had a tendency to start pulling everything. Not that time.
Yeah.
2-out base hit. Made it a 2-0 game, and Victor has both RBIs.
So Martinez at first with 2 away, and Chu, the batter, looks at a ball down and in.
It was a good stroke, wasn't it?
Well, again, I'd love to know what Hickey went out to talk to Cormier about. Do you suppose it had to do with?
Well, force him, get him something off speed, let him try to pull you. He's been pulling in this series. See if he'll try it again. He didn't do it. That's where possibly you tip your cap to the hitter for making an adjustment, and it was a good job of hitting.
Indians with 15 2-out runs scored in the series, and they're batting .333 in those situations.
As a pitching coach, you hate to go out to the mound at any time. But when you have to go out there and you're talking to a guy about something, the next thing you know, the guy gets a base hit, and obviously he's not telling you to do something against your will. You're just looking at your best odds in that situation. But, boy, you don't think he hates after going out there he gives up a base hit?
Two-one pitch in the dirt. That's going to allow Martinez to go to second as the ball goes all the way to the backstop. So Victor in the scoring position on the wild pitch with 2 outs. And Chu's in a good count, 3-1, although he has been terrific at drawing the base on balls all season long. Came in 5th in the league in walks. Ben Zobrist, the shortstop, is going to play almost directly behind Martinez at second base there. So a huge hole on that left side for Chu. But they continue to pound him in. Yeah, and he walks on the ball in off the plate. So 2 on, 2 out, and Johnny Peralta, who is 1 for 2, will be the batter. Well, here's your chance to play 2 games right here at Progressive Field. You'll get 2 uniforms, gifts, and a chance to interact with Indians legends like Bob Feller, Lenny Barker, Joe Charbonneau. Saturday, July 11th. Space is limited, so call today, 216-420-HITS, or visit Indians.com and select fans for all the information. Man, a pitch in there for a strike. Plus, I think it's today, later, right here on Sports Time Ohio, I believe 7 or 7:30.
What's
the
that?
Fantasy Camp show will be on.
It is. It's today. Absolutely.
So keep it tuned right here to STO. You'll enjoy that. And then we also have another edition of Beer Money coming up tonight. Pitch outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. As well, speaking of Beer Money, the gang will be out to
your side of town?
No. They'll be out in Willoughby.
My side of town.
They'll be in Willoughby at Valentine tonight, shooting another installment of Beer Money. So stop by and test your sports trivia knowledge. See if you can win a little Beer Money. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 aboard, and the Tribe on top 2-0. Batting here in the home half of the 5th. The 1-2 pitch. Johnny with a weak ground ball hit right at the second baseman, Ibar. And the inning is over. Indians get a run, though. And through 5, they're on top 2-0. He's got his bat. He may conk Mom in the head with it, but he's ready to swing. Everybody else trying to stay dry between the raindrops here. Looks like the rain's let up a little bit here. Tribe in front 2-0 going to the 6th inning at Progressive Field. Carlos Pena, Willie Ibar, Ben Zobrist to face Jensen Lewis with activity in the Indians bullpen. Looks like Matt Hergis is warming for the Tribe. Carlos Pena looks at a ball up high. Pena 0 for 2. He has popped out, grounded out. Swung on and missed. Took something off, and Pena way out in front of it. He has really been susceptible to the off-speed pitch, the changeup.
He looks dead red. He gets up there, and I'm telling you, he's not afraid. He swings it hard every time. He doesn't try and shoot you the other way. That's why they they put 3 guys over on that side of the field. He tries to pull you, and he tries to take you out.
Checks on a ball up high.
You know, the funny thing, though, I have seen Pena go the other way and drive the ball. For a left-hander, which a lot of them do not do, he can do it. But by no means does he sit over there and, you know, try and go that way when he gets 2 strikes. He still tries to hit you out of the ballpark.
Swung out and missed, and Lewis gets the strikeout, his first today. 1 down in the 6th inning.
And it's elevated. It's above the belt. There's his zone where you can get that ball by him. He's got that hole, I guess you want to call it, in that swing.
Willie Ibar looks at a ball up high. He's 1 for 2 today. That's hit high in the air, deep right field. Chu into the corner, leaps up, can't get it. It's high off the wall, and now he's gone. They're going to call it a home run.
Yeah, they're saying it's a home run.
Angel Hernandez calling home run. It looked to me like it hit below the yellow line, but that's just with the naked eye initial thought.
We'll get an idea. Wedge is going to go out and challenge it, and this could be a reviewable play. You know, it looked like it was going to be gone. Chu got back to the wall. Now, where it hit and came down, I thought it came off high off the wall on the right side.
I did too, Rick, but the way that ball ricocheted all the way back in, I'm wondering if it didn't hit the glass because it came back so hard.
Glass. Is there glass out there? Let's watch. We'll get a better look at it. Let's see. Up. No,
that's not
a home run. They're going to have to review it. That is not a home run. I agree. Now, you know what? It's plain. It's below the yellow line. I don't know what more you have to look at. That's what I thought I saw the first time. Mm-hmm. They're going to have to go in and take a look at it. I guarantee you that. And it'll be a double. There they go.
They're going to go to the replay.
That's all right. Let's wait for another rain cloud to come in. I'll be afraid to see it the first time. That's what I thought I saw. It was the right side of it, and it came down. I don't know.
I thought I saw that with the naked eye, just calling it initially from here. And again, we're some 400, 500 feet away. The only thing I thought, as I said to you, the only thing I thought second-guessing myself was that ball ricocheted so far back in, I wondered, did it hit above and hit something hard?
No, they're going to have to change their call. It's plain and simple, and it shouldn't take long to review it. When I saw him circling the bases like it was a home run, it was sort of shocking, but you know, as long as it's reviewable, it's fine. Get the call right, and it's no big deal.
So we will sit and wait as the umpires, again, the way we understand it, they call back to New York.
Take a look. There it is.
The way we understand it, they call back to New York. There's an umpire or an advisor sitting in a room. He'll look at the replay monitors, and he'll tell them what he saw, and then they'll come out and make the call.
Well, it shouldn't take them very long for this one.
It did not hit above the yellow line, and that is the rule. Ball's got to hit above the yellow line to be a home run.
Well, sure it does. That's the home run line. It's got to go over the fence. It can't
what's
hit the
call
fence
then?
And come back in a
double?
play. Double. It'll end up being a double. I mean, that's an umpire's mistake.
Because I'm not so sure he couldn't have been to third base the way that ball ricocheted.
Well, he very well. Well, maybe it's their decision.
Oh, they're going to uphold it. Oh, you have to be kidding me.
That is another terrible call. I mean, what is the sense in having replay?
That is stunning to me. Do we not know something about the yellow line rule?
I don't know, but you can't.
If it touches any part of the yellow line, it's a home run?
No, it's got to go over the fence.
Because that did not clear the
top
fence.
And come back. You got to hit the top and go over. That's like in left field. If that ball hits the top of that yellow line and comes back into play in left field, it's in play. Here's a different look. All right, this is a different angle, different camera.
Oh, it did. It hit the glass.
Yes, it did. That's a different angle. Okay. Then that's a good call. It's a home run. I did not see it. There is glass.
I was telling you about that glass.
I didn't see that glass. Okay, it is a home run. It's a good call.
Well,
Apologize.
That was a much better angle. And there is a solid base hit in the right field. So that was a good call, and our apologies. We didn't have that initial angle, but once you saw that, and that also explained why that ball ricocheted so far back in toward the infield. Right. Now the base hit, and now we're going to have a pitching change. So Zobrist aboard. He continues to tear it up here offensively. That's his 7th hit in the series. We've got a timeout. Matt Hergis is coming in when we come back. Down to a single run, tying run at first for Tampa. 1 out in the inning. Joe Dillon will be the batter. Or will he? Well, he had a pinch hitter, it looks like.
That's going to be, is that Gross?
Yes, it will be. Matt Hergis, the new Indians pitcher. Gabe Gross. Good left-handed bat. As a pinch hitter, though, 0 for 6. Toss over. Back safely is Zobrist, who has 5 steals on the year, and he is a guy who will take off. That home run by Ibar ended the Indians' bullpen scoreless streak at 14 full innings. That scoreless streak started after Jensen Lewis pitched the other night in the series opener. And it ends when he gave up the home run to Ibar here in the 6th. And the 1-0 pitch. Slicing, foul, and into the seats.
Send out some birthday wishes. Betty DiStefano turning 66, a big Indians fan. She's from Stowe, Ohio. So, Betty, happy birthday to you.
And a strike called. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count on the former Auburn product, Gabe Gross. Fouled back. Gabe Gross was part of that 0-1 draft. He was the 15th overall pick. That's when the Minnesota Twins took Joe Mauer with the overall #1 selection, and they took some criticism in their own city because the buzz was all surrounding Mark Pryor, the pitching product out of USC. But I think the Twins made the right selection.
Yes, I totally agree.
The 1-2 pitch. He went too far. Gross strikes out. 2 down in the inning.
There's that changeup going down and away, getting him to chase out of the zone.
Now Gabe Kapler 0 for 2. You know, talking about that 0-1 draft, the Rays had the 3rd overall selection that year, and they took DeJuan Brazelton. Gavin Floyd went 4th. Mark Teixeira went 5th.
Like that first baseman that New York has now, wouldn't you?
Well, you know, the one question you have to ask yourself going backwards, Mark Teixeira being represented by Scott Boras, you wonder if the Rays would have even been able to sign him.
Well, back then, you're right.
The 1-0 pitch catches the outside corner. Not even sure if DeJuan Brazelton's still playing professional baseball anymore. He is with the Camden River Sharks.
Is that a independent league
I'm
team,
guessing
I
it
would
has
think.
to be. The Atlantic League of Professional Baseball. Foul tip. And the count of ball and 2 strikes. Kapler, 2 hits in his last 21 at-bats over his last 10 games now. Little chopper, that's going to go foul. And Kapler will try again. Runner at first with 2 down, and the Tribe in front 2-1. Here in the top half of the 6th inning. Hits are even at 7 apiece. And now Matt Herges with the 1-2 pitch to Kapler. And he struck him out. So Matt Herges comes on and gets back-to-back strikeouts. But the Rays get a home run from Willie Ibar, and they've cut the gap to 2-1. It's a 2-1 Tribe lead. Bottom of the 6th inning here at Progressive Field. Ryan Garco, Ben Francisco, and Luis Valbuena will bat for the Indians. Here's another look at today's Alltel text poll question of the game. We were asking, who do you think will win the AL East this year? The Red Sox and Yankees are currently tied atop the division standings. Then you've got Toronto, losers of 9 in a row, in third place. Tampa is fourth. Baltimore is fifth. Text your answer to 31962. Results coming up in a little while. For the Indians, Ryan Garco leads it off. He's had a tough day. 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts. They've really had him out front with a lot of off-speed pitches here this afternoon, and Garco came in 6 for 12 with 3 home runs in the series. So either they've just done a terrific job executing, or they found a way to.
They have quit throwing them fastballs for strikes. Attack them with off-speed pitches.
There's another breaking ball for a strike.
You want to swing at those? Go right ahead. And that's where, he's got the swing to do it, where you sit back and wait on the off-speed pitch and try and take him the other way. But you hit a couple home runs, and remember he had 3 in the 2 games, and then sometimes you get a little pull happy. You want to continue to do that because it's fun jogging around the bases.
Garco has hit in 16 of the last 19 games that he has started in. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And plus, they have pounded the strike zone. That's only the second time in his 11 pitches that they've thrown a ball to him.
And he strikes out again for the 3rd time today. 1 down. Let's go back to the STO studios right now for a Ford Sports update with Al Pulowski.
Matt Rick, bottom of the 9th inning in Minnesota. Papelbon on. Tying run at the plate. Jonathan Papelbon strikes him out. That was Brian Busher. He gets the save. Red Sox get the win. 3-1 over Minnesota. It's a final now from the Metrodome. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Al. So the Twins slip a game under 500 as Ben Francisco looks at the ball down low. And for the moment, the Red Sox are a half game in front of New York in the AL East. Big bouncer, foul, wide of third. In fact, the Red Sox will stay a half game in front of New York. Yankees will be on their way to Cleveland probably at some point this evening to open a 4-game series with the Tribe tomorrow night.
Look at that. What is it about the Rays that Francisco likes?
Check out our great clip of the game from yesterday. Relax, you're at Great Clips. Hits this one high in the air, right center field. Kapler on the move, and the right fielder has it 2 down.
Well, this Sunday when the Indians take on the Yankees, all kids 14 and under will receive a baseball cap featuring ketchup from the Progressive Field Hot Dog Derby. Also, it's Kids Fun Day. Come on out. You get to run the bases after the game. And a reminder that it's a special start time. It'll start at 12:40 on Sunday.
Valbuena thought about a bunt, but he took the pitch for a called strike. He is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts today. Both he and Ryan Garco have really had a tough time against the Rays today. Smashes one on a big hop to second, and the Indians go 1-2-3. We'll go to the 7th inning here in Cleveland. 2-1 Tribe. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and Museum. Just down the road on the shores of Lake Erie. 2-1, Tribe on top as we go to the 7th inning, and Ben Francisco has moved from center over to left, and Trevor Crow into the game now in center field. Deanna Navarro, B.J. Upton, and Carl Crawford to face Matt Hergis here in the 7th. And Navarro looks at the ball down low. Back out of play.
That one went into Chumley's booth.
Did he catch it?
No, it slipped out.
Navarro 0 for 2. He has popped a short fly to center. And Matt Hergis with the 1-1 pitch. Just missed inside with it. 2-1. We had a 2-hour, 40-minute rain delay if you joined us late.
Well, or you stay tuned. This is just the second half of the doubleheader that started last night. The night-day doubleheader. That game finished about, 12:15 last night?
Yeah, it sounds about right. I
Yeah.
know it was after midnight.
Quick turnaround.
3-1 to Navarro back over the screen. You know, it's one of those deals where I woke up this morning and I had no idea where I was at. I mean, that's how deep a sleep I think I was in. I woke up, I didn't know if I was on the road, if I was home.
Plus, I mean, that's this thing about, I think what people don't realize, a 4-game series, when you're an athlete or a ball player or you get used to traveling, your normal 3 days and then you're moving. And now we come right back after this game and there's another 4-game series with the Yankees. And you know, it really is, it makes a difference. But now with the quick turnaround, because it was great, I'm sure Tampa loved the 12 o'clock game today because you figure, okay, we can get up, we can play early, and we'll get in at a decent hour. You're not playing a night game where it always used to be night games. But the rain delay has sort of put a damper on their day.
And the 3-2 to Navarro is fouled back. Well, and also, Rick, you think about the 4-game series, even in postseason play, when you get into a 5 or a 7-game series, you never play the same team 4 days in a row in the same park.
Right.
So, I mean, this is just unusual by any circumstances as far as the normal baseball routine is concerned. And the 3-2 once again. Broke his bat, and it's going to go foul. And the way this series has gone, with the starters having trouble getting deep and with the rain delays, both teams' bullpens have been used extensively, so everybody knows everybody. There are no surprises left in this series.
No, by no means. That happened a long time ago.
Eric Wedge hoping to see his club win their 4th straight for the first time this year. Try to sweep an opponent also for the first time. Payoff pitch. Backhanded by Victor. The flip to Hergis, covering at the bag, 1 away. Let's get a look at our Northern Ohio Toyota dealers game recap. Victor Martinez drove in the first run of the game with an RBI ground out. Tribe made it 2-0 thanks to Victor's 2-out RBI single in the 5th. Rays got their only run on Willie Ibar's solo homer that just hit above the wall in right field to make it 2-1. For a dealer near you, visit buyatoyota.com. Kelly Shoppick this is B.J. Upton, who is 0 for 2. Upton has grounded out, flied out today. And that's a strike. I was going to say Kelly Shopik has Drupal Cabrera and Grady Sizemore scheduled for the Indians in the bottom half of this 7th inning of a 2-1 game. So while the offenses have struggled, you don't feel like the scoring is done yet.
Well, they've played. I remember a 1-0 game in Detroit against Lee and Verlander, but that might be the lowest scoring game I remember all year long. We've never had a 2-1 game. I remember a 4-2 game against the Twins that the Indians ended up losing, but I mean a 2-1, that's a rarity.
Lost 3-1 to Cincinnati.
4-2 to Kansas City also, and then 3-1 to Boston.
Little tapper by the mound, charging hard. Valbuena barehanded it, but couldn't come up with it cleanly. And it glanced away, Upton aboard with 1 out here in the 7th inning. With the speed of Upton, Valbuena figured the only shot he had was to try to go with the barehand play.
Well, not much you can do. With speed running down the line, you either make it or you don't. And he did not. I mean, that's got to be a perfect play.
He is charged with an error. So 1 on, 1 out for Carl Crawford, who has 2 hits on the day. He's 2 out of 3.
I'm not going to change. I'm going to keep that because it'll change.
Matt Hergis.
You think he's got a flipper up there? He's going to flip it over to his glove, and that's a tough play.
Upton with 14 steals on the year, representing the tying run, and with 1 out could be moving. Kelly Shopik, meanwhile, behind the plate. Is armed and ready. Strike to the outside corner. 0-1 the count on Crawford. Crawford with his 2 hits today, 5 in the series. Hit in 8 straight games for Tampa. And the 0-1 hit off the end of the bat towards center. It's going to carry a bit. And the catch made by Crow, 2 down. Back to first goes Upton. They have changed the official scoring, so credit B.J. Upton with a single. Nice work there, Karnak.
Well, I mean, seriously, I mean, if you watch the game and you see he's coming in for a barehanded do-or-die play, it's not a base hit. I mean, it's not an error.
Evan Longoria is 1 for 3. There goes the runner.
Yeah, he's
Shopping
early.
with the throw, and no, couldn't hold it. Valbuena had the ball pop loose. Would have been a close play.
And you know what? I think he might have had it, but it's tough because it hopped. I mean, Valbuena had to pick the short hop. So, I mean, it wasn't an easy play. The ball beat him. Shopping gets rid of it. But you see, he's got to catch the ball, apply the tag, and that's not an easy play, folks. You know, he's got to concentrate. That guy's bearing down on you and coming in awfully hard. So it'll go as a stolen base.
And so the tying run in scoring position now with 2 down for the major league's leader in runs batted in.
Well, in Tampa, as we told you, 2 outs have not been kind to them in this series. 0 for 17.
Longoria had a runner in scoring position with 2 outs in the 5th inning and flied to right. Longoria has 3 hits in the series in 13 at-bats. Takes a strike, 1-1. Rays have now out-hit the Indians 8-7. But they trail the important category 2-1. Strike called outside edge. I don't think Longoria is convinced. And now he's down in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Another look.
Well, let's go. That's a pretty good pitch right
sure
there.
Good.
I mean, that's knee high. Looked like it was on the outside corner, at least from that angle anyway.
And now Herges with a 1-2. Bounced it in there.
Oh, nice job to block it and keep it in front. That's about 3 feet out in front of the plate.
Now the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. Boy, what a job by Matt Herges today. He has fanned 3 Rays, and he's worked an inning and 2/3 of scoreless relief.
It's time for the Spitzer 7th inning stretch.
Fans, don't forget you can stop by Panini's and enjoy pizza wings or one of their famous overstuffed sandwiches. Not to mention you can catch the game on all of their TVs. Home of the best outdoor dining in town. Visit paninisgrill.com. It's a 2-1 Indians lead. J.P. Howell coming on for the 23rd time this year. The left-hander is 0-2.
It'll be 9-1-2 in the lineup, so
swung out and missed. Another hack coming up empty. Shop doubled and scored in the 5th inning. He has 2 hits in the series. 2 for 5. And the 0-2 from Howell is low and away. Bounce to third. Longoria takes care of it. 1 away.
Well, the Indians are celebrating the end of the school year with a half-price ticket offer for Thursday, June 11th. It's a game against the Kansas City Royals. Log on to Indians.com/schoolsout and enter the password SUMMER, and you'll get a great ticket deal.
One out for Asdrubal Cabrera. Howell's pitch is popped in the air. Coming in from left, Carl Crawford puts it away, 2 down. Spend the day golfing with celebrities from the world of professional sports, Indians, MLB alumni, and more at the Indians Charity Celebrity Golf Classic, Monday, August 3rd at Quail Hollow Resort and Country Club. Your day includes golf, breakfast, lunch, and a post-golf cocktail party with live and silent auctions. For full details, call 216-420-HITS or visit Indians.com/golf. Grady Sizemore will be the batter. He has walked, doubled, and struck out so far today. And a pitch in there for a called strike. Howell, who was drafted by the Royals, read a funny story. He was coming up in the Royal system, playing a Double-A Wichita, and his manager was Frank White. And Howell's a California guy. Passed by his manager in the hallway one day, and Frank White said, "How you doing? How you doing, son?" And J.P. Howell said, "Doing great, dude."
Oh, you're kidding.
And he got called into the manager's office, and Frank White explained to him why it's not a good idea to call your manager dude. And he said, "My bad, dude. Oops, I just did it again." Here's a fly ball in the left center. Carl Crawford is there. And the Indians go quickly. That's 7 in a row set down by the Tampa bullpen. And we will go to the 8th inning. 2-1 Tribe. Oh, that young man is excited. Indians fans hoping to see the Tribe win their 4th straight. And now Rafael Betancourt coming on here in the 8th inning. Throwing the ball much better of late. And you've made the point that the Indians seem to have the back end of their bullpen at least straightened out to the point where it's Betancourt in the 8th, Wood in the 9th.
Well, now it's a matter of just getting them consistent work in situations like this. You know, the Indians have yet this year to win a game scoring 3 runs or less. Right now they have that opportunity, and you can turn it over to the bullpen. And, you know, in true form, if they're locked in, that's what you want to see. This could be or should be a 2-1 game.
You know, and in some ways, too, Rick, you look at that stat and you say, okay, at this point in the game, you almost throw that out the window. It's a 1-run game now. Whether it's 6-5, 1-0, 10-9, it's a 1-run game. So it's up to Betancourt and Wood to try to close it out.
That's exactly. I guess what I'm saying there, when you get into 3 runs or less, it's usually going to be a 1-run game.
I mean, it's tough to win. Yeah,
yeah, and it's going to be a 1-run game either way you look at it, or very close.
Usually, you score 3 or less, you're not even in it. You know what I mean? You're down 5-3, 6-3. You know,
unless you're getting great pitching.
Yeah. And that's tough to do even for the teams that have good pitching. Carlos Pena is 0 for 3 today, but I don't have to tell you how dangerous he is. Tied for 3rd in the majors in homers. Rafael Betancourt lets it go, and it's down low, 2-0. Pena, then Willie Ibar and Ben Zobrist here in the 8th. His 2-0 pitch is low, 3-0. Pena certainly has had success against Betancourt. And a 3-0 pitch. He walked him on 4 straight. So the tying run to first base, and Willie Ibar will be the batter.
Well, only the second walk today by Indians pitching, and actually the first walk was by David Huff, who walked the leadoff guy to start the game. Other than that, Lewis in an inning and a third didn't walk anybody. Herges in an inning and 2/3 did not. But here we go with the leadoff walk here in the 8th inning.
And Ibar has 2 hits in his last 2 at-bats, including a homer, to account for the Rays' only run. And there is a strike. Outside edge. Quickly, it's 0-2. Betancourt ready with a 2-strike offering now. Carlos Pena, the runner at first, one of the only guys on this Rays team that doesn't run.
Well, when you hit him like he does, you jog. You don't have to run fast.
The 1-2 delivery. Got a piece of it to stay alive. You know, coming into this game, over their last 11, the Indians' bullpen had a combined ERA of 2.86. And just 1 run allowed so far today in 3 innings of work. Swung on a miss. Throw to first, and back with a dive is Pena. 1 away here in the 8th inning. Let's get the results of today's Alltel text poll question of the game. And 43% of you like the Red Sox to win the East this year, while 32% are in favor of the Yankees. Only 7% think the Rays will get back. Ben Zobrist, couple of hits today. He has doubled and singled. Light out to left. Looks at the ball outside. And a strike called to even it up at 1-1.
For Ben Zobrist, he's going to be a little disappointed to leave here, I think, the way he's been able to swing the bat against the Tribe this year.
Just missed low with it. 2 balls and a strike. And the 2-1 delivery is in there for a strike to even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Carlos Pena, the tying run at first base, with 1 down here in the 8th inning. And the 2-2 pitch to Ben Zobrist. Swung out and missed. Betancourt has fanned back-to-back hitters. 2 down in the 8th inning.
Late swing here by Zobrist. That ball was by him by the time he realized excellent location off the plate. Yeah, I thought he felt maybe it was too close to take. It was, but he comes up empty. So Betancourt's 2nd consecutive strikeout.
Gabe Gross struck out his first time up today. Came on as a pinch hitter to face Matt Hergis in the 6th inning. Betancourt ready. He lets it go. And he catches the outside edge. David Huff started this game today. Went 4 innings for the Indians, scoreless. Allowed 4 hits. He walked 1, struck out a pair. And after an hour and 15-minute, or I should say a 2-hour and 40-minute rain delay, the bullpens have taken over. Jensen Lewis allowed a run on 3 hits in an inning and a third. Matt Hergis an inning and 2/3 scoreless, and now Rafael Betancourt 2/3 of an inning without allowing a run. And the 1-1 pitch. Runner goes. Hit in the air, left field. Francisco cruising back, still back. Onto the track, pulls it down. And the inning is over. So Betancourt works a scoreless 8th inning. 2-1 Tribe. Bottom 8 coming up. Bottom of the 8th here at Progressive Field. And the Indians on top 2-1. Reed Brignac comes into the ball game. That's not Reed, that's actually Ben Zobrist, who's in right field. And Reed Brignac has come into the ball game at shortstop. Victor Martinez, Shin-Soo Choo, and Johnny Peralta to face J.P. Howell here in the home half of the 8th inning. Victor Martinez has driven in both Indians' runs today. An RBI ground out in the 3rd and a 2-out run-scoring single in the 5th.
That has been the Indians' weapon in the series, the 2-out base hit or scoring with 2 outs. They've done a terrific job hitting it right around a 333 clip and 16 runs, 15 runs.
Now the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Howell took care of him in 3 pitches, 1 down. This scoreboard update brought to you by Coors Light. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Well, Victor's run scoring hit back in the 5th inning was a thing of beauty with 2 outs, runner at 3rd base, because he went the other way with a pitch. We'd seen him really in a pull mode here lately, pulling everything, especially when he was batting from the left side, pulling everything over on the right side of the infield. That time, though, he drove a line drive into left field, opposite way, and it got that run home. Shin-Soo Choo, 0 for 2. He's had a tough series, going 2 for 15. Either they just proved to be tough matchups for Choo, or they've found something out about him that I'll be curious to see if other teams pick up on.
I think Choo's just hitting a little low right now. He's not swinging the bat like he was. He was locked in for a while where he was really hitting it right where it was pitched. He had great plate coverage. He might be, need a day off. He might be a little tired. That swing's just not the same, not as crisp.
He did have 1 home run in this series. I believe it was last night.
It was a hang and change.
The ball.
Yeah, but I mean, he threw it right into his swing. He sped up his bat. Right now, Choo's bat speed is not where it was.
Outside, 2-2. Kerry Wood warming up. Looks like he'll be coming on to try and hold a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the ninth, unless the Indians can add some insurance. Now the 2-2 to Chu. Swung on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts. 2 down in the 8th.
Well, tomorrow night, Yankees are in town, and it's going to be fireworks night out at Progressive Field. It's a spectacular show set to the 70s music. So come on out to the ballpark tomorrow night. Yankees in town, fireworks, and I believe all the rain will be out of the area. So let's have some fun. We'll have a dry day.
What a concept.
Well, we're due to try it.
Johnny Peralta looks at a ball down low. Peralta is 1 for 3. He had a base hit back in the 4th inning. Johnny extending his hitting streak to 7 in a row. 8 for his last 24. J.P. Howell, after a few days off, is throwing the ball very well here for the Rays. First time we've seen him in this series. He's the youngest member of that Rays bullpen at 26. But both he and Joe Nelson have already appeared in 22 games for Tampa. Strike is called. Peralta doesn't like it. 2-2. Right-handed hitters have not had much success against J.P.
He's
Howell.
got a very good changeup. That's why.
10 for 56.
Yeah, good arm speed, and he throws that thing hard, all body, and he's got a good breaking ball. Secondary pitch is very good.
I beg your pardon. Let me see. That's 10 for 56. 57, 58, but I forgot the switch hitter. So 10 for 58 on the year. That's well below the Mendoza line. That's special when you've got a left-hander that can control right-handers like that.
Right. Well, yes, it is. I mean, he's a pitcher. He gets outs. Perez is like that on his game.
Well, he strikes out the side here. 1, 2, 3 go the Indians. 10 in a row set down by the Tampa bullpen, but the Indians will try to end it with Kerry Wood when we come back. 2-1 Tribe, go to the ninth inning. Let's get a look at our GMC Pontiac Buick performance of the game. Matt Herchus out of the bullpen with a terrific job today.
Yeah, 3 strikeouts out of the 5 outs that he had. You allowed a hit, but he has really done a nice job in his 8 appearances this year. So he's held it in check.
Kerry Wood will try to close it out, looking for his 8th save of the year. And he'll face the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in the Tampa lineup. Reed Brignac, who came on defensively, will lead it off here in the 9th inning. Ground ball to short, or excuse me, to second. Valbuena will throw him out. 1 down, 1 pitch, 1 away. Valbuena handling it without incident. And now Deanna Navarro to the plate with B.J. Upton on deck. Now Navarro, who has popped up, flied out, and grounded out. 97-mile-an-hour fastball for a called strike.
Well, this bullpen of the Indians, since Monday, and it's been halfway through that relief appearance, they have gone 17 in the 3rd innings, allowing just the 1 run. 13 hits and 17 strikeouts, so it has been very good in this series.
The 1-1 pitch. Line to left. Francisco makes a head-high catch. Boy, he did a nice job of freezing initially and then able to charge in and make the catch. So 2 away, the Indians 1 out from a 4-game sweep of the Tampa Bay Rays. But B.J. Upton is the batter, and he's been a real nemesis for the Indians this year. Swung on and missed. Good first pitch, breaking ball from Kerry Wood. Nothing into the count. Those who have waited out Mother Nature in the rain today, hoping to see Wood finish it off right here, struck him out looking. The Indians win the game and complete a 4-game sweep of the Tampa Bay Rays with their first win of the year when they score 3 runs or less. They had been 0-16 until today. Matt Herchus will get the win